I hear you, but it needs to be louder, so hang on.
Give me your mic, Michael. Michael Robbins.
Can you speak, Michael?
Speak.
Try it again.
You see the mic, how it's blocked off here on John Manning?
Well, this is Michael.
Oh, Michael Sosa.
Manning's next.
Okay. Okay, well, Michael, I can hear you. I'm going to repeat the answer. He asked when you can get this rolling. Okay,
Yep.
let me repeat that.
I can speak to that.
You got it. You got it.
On the ordering cycle, and that's another reason that we brought it to you at this time, is we're trying to get in on the ordering window for the 2021 vehicles. The orders are getting placed now, and those for the brand-new vehicles are in the 4 to 5 month range, because those are factory orders. But a large number of these vehicles are going to be sourced from local dealers that Enterprise works with, and by coincidence, one of those dealers is Silsby, who we get vehicles from on a regular basis for the county. And they're going to be working to make sure that we get those as soon as possible.
The reason I was asking, in case one of the vehicles is ready to go out, can we replace with one at least, or, I mean, I don't wanna have to fix a couple of vehicles, you know what I'm saying?
Right, I understand. We'll have to treat it on a case-by-case, Commissioner, but what I want to say is the quantity of vehicles that the county was looking to get, had we not gone this route, was going to be somewhere south of 14. And so I believe the number of vehicles we're going to acquire via the quick method is going to be greater than that number. So we're going to be in a better position on those, plus the ones that are coming in on the longer side.
I'll so move. I'll make a motion, I guess.
Okay, I've got a motion, and do I have a second? Second, and just, Michael, obviously, this is going to be exciting. Keep bringing this as an agenda item as we get, rolling. That 4 to 5 months, of course, has the production constraint given the current situation. But I just know with the maintenance and operation that we're spending currently, this is going to make a major impact to our financial profile, and it couldn't come at a more welcome time to save dollars here. So anyway, great job, tons of work, Belinda, tons of work protecting the county from all those small little details that are in contracts. And Dale, really, this has been a kind of a wish of yours for years, and it's just great to see it come through. I'm sorry we didn't give it the highlight that it deserves, but how about if you continue to bring it up to us, we'll continue to, highlight info for the public and the court. And gentlemen, John and Michael, thank you. This was tons of work in the background, and don't let the moment escape that, we really appreciate bringing this opportunity to us and keep us informed. I understand that law enforcement will get priority here, as it should be. Is that correct?
Yes, in fact, on this schedule, we're able to touch the sheriff's office and every single constable's office.
Yeah.
In addition to quite a number of other
And
departments.
we're going to have a visit with constables this week, Maggie and I, and we're going to bring this up. So super job. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, number 4 is a resolution regarding Texas Governor, I'm sorry, let me read this correctly. This is discuss submitting and approve sending a resolution to Governor Greg Abbott and our state legislatures, or I imagine you meant to the delegation, Tyner, to support extending the state-funded health coverage to Texas under the Affordable Health Care Act. And Tyner, go ahead.
That's correct. Commissioner Gonzalez requested that we get this on the agenda. We looked at what we did back in 2014, and we sort of did the resolution in the same format. I will read the now therefore if the court, I think the court last approved something similar to this in 2014, and it basically asks It asked the state to expand Medicaid as much as possible. I'll read the now therefore. Now therefore, the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby resolves that the state of Texas close the health care coverage gaps for citizens of Texas by Medicaid expansion and developing programs or enacting legislation that connects uninsured Texans with private market coverage choices or reduces inefficient health care spending. And I'll go into the individual whereas if you need me to.
No, that's okay. But I want to say something. The reason I came up with this here, because there was an article also that I read, even after I gave this to Tyner, and it's something that, I don't know if everybody saw this or not, but it says Texas is the state with the largest uninsured population, about 5 million of our people. We're the second largest state, which begs the question why we have more uninsured than California, the largest. The answer we get is state funding for health care. More than 1.5 million Texans would become eligible if Texas were to expand Medicaid. That number may expand in a hurry with so many people out of work right now. By 2024, we Texans will have paid $36.2 billion in federal taxes that will go to other states, assuming our elected officials continue to refuse Medicaid expansion. Ask yourself how you feel about supporting the health care expenses for Massachusetts but not for Texas. And so this is really, way overdue. And again, you've got a governor here that did refuse to, to expand the Medicaid expansion when he had a chance to do it. That really hurt the poor of the poor. And he says here, can Abbott be convinced? We're trying to be optimistic. It's why we broached the subject in the first place, because we think coronavirus is a tipping point. We worry what it'll do to the uninsured poor people. We don't qualify for Medicaid, who don't qualify for Medicaid. If Texas don't take the expansion, they are a huge risk because they avoid doctor visits they can't afford, and because they're willing to risk exposure to their low-paying jobs. In closing, we as taxpayers, anytime we have indigent care under the Nueces County Health Card, we're paying for it locally. More taxes. So this is why we try to get them off the Nueces County Health Card, so we don't have to pay for them. So I think it's important that somehow we need to convince the governor that if he really wants to help us, this is how he can help us. Get a lot of money to other states that we should be kept in this state. So I'm so moved.
I've got a motion, and I'll take a second. And any discussion on this matter? The only thing I want to add is that in the past, we've been fortunate to use intergovernmental transfers as a way to maximize our dollars through the hospital district. And that was, in a way, our own Texas solution, if you will, in getting $1.40 for every dollar we sent up to CMS, Center for Medicaid Services. Unfortunately, CMS, and we're hoping we can convince them differently, they don't like our IGTs. They don't like the way we've been doing it. So last legislative session, they indicated that we needed to go to a local provider participation fund. And we did that, and it was very, very hard to do, but we did it. And now, after we did it, CMS has said, we don't like that either. And so if they don't like IGTs and they don't like LPPF, we really have no choice but to expand. And I don't really care what you call it. I just know that our hospital district cannot survive without it. And so I am going to support this resolution because I think that everybody's going to have this really very difficult conversation, and we're going to have to use all our might in advocacy to convince CMS to expand these dollars. So the way we work it now is through IGTs, but it looks like it's not possible unless they change their mind again, that we can use those. And again, that dollar, so we send up about 93 million and we get back about, almost 200 million. And we do this by having all the hospitals participate with our own ad valorem in what's called an IGT, an intergovernmental transfer. We send that up to Washington and it comes back down to us. Then we distribute again. And by the way, the hospital district gets paid, although I'm using that word very liberally, Laura, doesn't get paid. It gets it almost feels like a commission, if you will. It's like a fee, administrative fee for doing that, and it could be up to $8 million. So if we don't have this mechanism anymore, we will not be able to fund indigent care to the levels that we've been doing, and I will already tell you, we can't do it without it. It's just impossible. And that's why we fought so hard for LPPF, and then now they're saying they don't like that. And now it's really like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? I think the governor's very well aware of these difficulties and they're working on it. But I think our resolution would help him understand that we're going to be supportive of this because our hospitals can't survive without it. And so again, that's just a little bit of sidebar, but it's an opportunity to ask more questions. Maybe when Johnny comes back, if we can convince him to come back. I think it's a very good thing.
Can we also ask for delegation to get involved in this?
Yeah, I think I mentioned to Tyner that the words legislature is there, but I think it means legislative delegation, right, Tyner? Or what were you thinking there? For both, right? Right, so I think the idea here is to send the resolution to our legislative delegation and then they would send it to the governor's office, something like that. And so, I've got a motion, a second. I don't want to cut us off on discussion, but is there any discussion or any questions you might have? I actually wish Johnny had stuck around because he could have really explained it, but I'll try to get a memo out to show you what kind of dollars are at stake. But once you send up that, 120 million that we do collectively and it comes back at 250 million, can you imagine if you were stuck with 120 million? You'd have a $100 million shortfall in our own county. So I'm totally convinced that something has to give. I just don't know in what form. Will Medicaid change their minds about IGTs? Will LPPFs be okay? Or should we just expand as a state? And those are going to be the choices for the governor and for the legislature. So anyway, just a little bit of background for the community. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. And we'll get that to our legislative delegation, okay, and get them to be giving us feedback on where we are on that. The next.
Mr. Vaughn, I didn't hear your vote. Aye. Aye, okay.
Okay. And then the next one is actually might be moot already because I got word that we've already given a marriage license this morning,
We started,
yesterday,
no, we started last week.
last week.
All of you knew this. I sent all of you an email or
Yeah.
spoke to you over the phone. So y'all knew Wednesday that we were gonna start again.
That's right.
Registering marriages, marriage license by appointment only. So we started, so we've been doing
So-
it since Thursday, so I'm not sure.
So we're doing, well, this got posted a while back, but.
Posted Friday.
But we're doing marriage license. I just want the public to know, if you need a marriage license, there's a process, and it's a really important one. You need to call and make an appointment and get all the information ready, and you still have to do everything that you always had to do as far as showing your information and ID.
Call my office, 888-0580, and we are happy to help you, and we're looking forward to it.
Is there a hotline for that? Or?
That's
No, that is the hotline. Say it one more time.
888-0580.
All right, 888-0580 if you need a marriage license. This courthouse is definitely open for business.
We do.
Okay, and the next one is discuss and consider approval funding for drainage capacity near County Road 33 and Farm to Market 43. And Juan is here to talk about it. And Commissioner Chesney, this is in your region.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Juan.
Judge, Commissioners, Edward, is it on the screen? The
Yes,
drawing?
not yet. It's
There's
coming.
a drawing on the screen that was prepared by Bass and Welch Engineering. Nick Welch is the engineer on the project. As you can see, the areas that are shaded on the top right-hand corner of the screen, Those are 1,000 new units, and when I mean units, it's houses that are going to be built in that area. Looking at it from the drawing on the, I'm going to call it the south side, which is the bottom of the picture, there's another development of 900 units, and that's going to be London Town. The reason for this is that the developer's proposing to improve the drainage ditch that runs between both subdivisions and also drains. If you look at the boundary to the left, there's a school, and then it crosses over to County Road 43. There's a boundary that drains, and it's going to be draining into, or that already drains into this ditch. And instead of going from a ditch that's pretty much a swell, the developer is proposing the ditch to be from a 6-foot wide ditch, all the way from a 13-foot wide ditch, which will be a capacity of a 25-year design. They're also going to be installing some, I call them desicipators. What that does, it decreases the velocity of the flow of the water that drains from the south to the north. And so there's going to be some big improvements on this ditch. The total width of the ditch is going to be about 90 feet wide, approximately. The total right-of-way that they're proposing for this improvement is 110. The total linear footage of this ditch, and these are some drawings that the engineer has prepared, is about a little bit over a mile. It's about 5,500 linear feet of ditch improvements that are going to be proposed for this two improvements, and also that's going to be taking in the capacity of the school, of the London school also. Commissioner, is there any other thing that?
No, Commissioners, what I'm trying to do here is anticipate a lot of growth in this area. The county has, and I'm turned around once, you're going to have to help me. I'm trying to find 43.
43 is right there.
This right here?
Yes,
So
sir.
this property to the left, am I saying that right?
Yes, sir.
Is all still county property. And so my concern was, with all the added capacity that was coming in here from this development, I wanted to try to figure out how the county could have a seat at the table and ask for additional capacity to be maintained so that all of our property over here would be able to drain into it. Am I saying that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and so basically, Juan went and met with the engineers and said, okay, we're willing to participate in this if we can ensure that all of this area over here will drain properly into this drainage ditch. And the only way to do that was to put some funds forward, and that's what this basically is and it's the CO money. We would have to get, how do we do it? Get an easement of some sort?
Yes, sir. We would have to acquire a 110-foot wide easement, and then it would be dedicated to us, Commissioner, and then it would be reverted back to the city or the property owner.
Right, and it's a one-time thing, so we don't have any maintenance involved in this. It's similar to the co-op program I'm doing with the city on County Road 33, and there may be another one coming on another part over here too for roads, but this is basically to make sure that down the road, these areas don't flood because of all this new drainage. And I'm not saying that very well, but.
Yes, sir. It's the boundary. Normally, the boundary that's outlined on the, I'm going to call it on the south side of 43, that's the boundary that drains to the north and goes and flows into that existing ditch. So in doing these improvements, it's going to increase the capacity. I think the total capacity of that ditch is going to be a little bit over 300 CFS, cubic feet per second. And then, like I said, it's going to vary from 6 foot wide to approximately 15-foot wide ditch, which is a big ditch. And then it's also what they've done is also designed to control the velocity of that ditch, so that way when it's flowing on the downstream side towards Oso Creek, it'll keep it from eroding on the downstream side.
And I would anticipate bringing more like this. This is where I plan on using some of my COs going forward out in that area because we've got so much growth coming. So I would anticipate some more of this. This is just the first one that I think is very proactive, and I really appreciate Juan taking the lead on this and doing all this because it's definitely going to, I think, save us some serious drainage problems down the road.
I have a couple of questions. You're not putting water to Tierra Grande, are you?
No, no, sir. No. No, no, sir. It's going directly to those.
Oh,
Make sure you don't divert the water to Tierra Grande. Would there be a retention pond there or not?
Commissioner, there is going to be a detention slash, it's going to slow down. And as a matter of fact, I've been talking to the engineer and the developer, and they're also, based on my conversations with them, they're also going to be including some additional detention areas, and that's part of the discussion that we've been having with them.
My last question, Juan, is that's gonna, the developer is gonna dredge that ditch, that 9 foot wide and 13 feet deep. Is the developer's gonna do that?
Yes, sir, it's part of the development, yes, sir.
But
But it gets,
do we save any bond money for that in case they don't do it?
it's,
Normally, we do have, put some bond money on the side in case they don't comply with what they're supposed to be doing.
yeah,
what's off,
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but he's gonna pay for it,
The developer,
majority of it, and then we're gonna pay for a portion of it. Is that right?
usually when a developer builds and does, they're supposed to set some bond money aside in case they don't come through with their part.
is that part of the agreement, right? Yeah, and that's part of the subdivision rules, Commissioner. What we'll do is we'll coordinate with LADA on the agreement and make sure that we have some type of agreement to state that they gotta develop.
Important, yeah, okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Good luck.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Just a quick note, the theme today has been learn, 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 discuss, inform. It's also had a little bit of hope. I know it's taken us to 5:20, but this should show everybody who's still hanging on with us or who watches this later that we are still doing business in this county. This is good for our recovery. It's really important that we support the development that is taking place and that we not fail them. It's really important. So I'm really excited. This project, maybe you'll bring it back, Juan, as it progresses, and let's talk about it. And maybe the developer would be willing to come and talk about it. I just think the more people know that we're gonna see business on the other side, it's gonna make them feel better. And this is one of these programs. Plus, as we all know, drainage is a major issue. So anything we build today has to accommodate for future growth and for future drainage.
Well, and
So-
that really is a strong message, Judge, because my hope is that other developers will come to us first so that we can at least.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, so that we can look at these projects, because every commissioner has the ability, and we have some CIP funds
Yeah.
to use to co-op with some of these plans, as long as, that way we really can protect the interest of the county, because we've all talked about it, and this London area just happens to be kind of the hot spot right now, but that doesn't mean it's not gonna be where you are, or whatever, because
That's right.
if the developers are doing the majority of it, we're just doing a little bit, but it's gonna really make a big difference in this, and so I'm
Plus,
hoping this is
there are-
kind of the
there
start
are-
of many to come.
Right, and Juan's doing a good job of, remember, through geographic information system, all of this will get implanted into our database. And as we talk about a watershed basin study later, our big drainage study that we're starting to get a hold of, this all plays a part. And if they don't come to us, then we're basically behind the 8 ball.
Right,
So,
because on this one, all they had to do was X, and
Mm-hmm.
we asked them to do X plus, and we paid for a little bit of it, but,
but it's gonna pay dividends.
yeah, I think so.
No, I
mean,
think it
That's why I
will.
let Juan run it to make sure
Okay,
he was okay.
well,
with
thanks, Juan, appreciate it. All right, number 7 was asked to be tabled early on, and I just didn't get a motion on it. I think Tyner just said it wasn't ready. This is, about Canyon City Solutions for Veterans Treatment Court. Tyner, just give us a background. It's not ready, correct? Number 7 is not ready?
That's correct.
All right, can I
The
table?
changes made that Belinda recommended were not made, and so we need a little bit more
So
time.
next court, okay?
Should be next court.
All right, so it'll be tabled and seconded, and all those in favor, this is to next court in May, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, great, now we're gonna move on to Juan, come back up. You've got 3 items for recommendation. The first is to consider Hanson Professional Services for engineering services for monitoring and sampling of stormwater in the rural areas and approve their engineering service contract. This is an exemption from the procurement, and they have a very special task for stormwater.
Yes, ma'am, we're recommending Hanson to award the contract to Hanson Engineering.
Okay, and is there any questions on this? This is kind of something that's really important that our flood, we put together a particular plan. Juan, you just remind everybody the name of that plan. It's the flood.
It's pretty much like a stormwater pollution
Stormwater.
prevention. Yes, ma'am, and what they do is they go out and they evaluate our areas to make sure that we're meeting compliance.
And this is very important, isn't it? Because we have to do these compliances with the federal
Yes, ma'am.
government.
Yes, ma'am, through TCEQ.
I'm sorry, the federal and state government, EPA through TCEQ.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if there's no questions from Juan, the background was in your notebook. Is there a motion? A motion and second, and like I said, this is important work that's required. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. The second one is a discuss and consider the supplemental one regarding Striddle Callens. That's for the HVAC on the chiller here at the courthouse.
Yes, ma'am. This is, we're recommending approval of the supplemental agreement between the county and Trudy Collins. And this is for some additional, for some work that was done for the new chillers that are being installed. Hopefully the chillers, we're looking for the new chillers to start running next week. So we'll have both chillers that are gonna be ready to be running.
Right, so this is just the work to get these chillers
Yes, ma'am.
Installed.
Yes, ma'am.
To approve.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It's good to see the chillers. That was part of the first part of our capital improvement plan, so
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
exciting.
Yes, ma'am.
The next one has to do with IB McGee, but I don't think there's anything. Okay, just a motion to table. I need a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, then the next one, all belongs, 1 through 4 belong to Michael. They're purchasing. The first one's a hangar, Michael. It's a lease.
Okay, this one is to discuss and award the IFB 3124 for the maintenance hangar M3 for lease. I want to point out that in listening to the court request to relook at the values that we're asking for when we go out for these leases, John Cox did an evaluation, and we actually increased our asking price from $700 to $1,000 on this particular IFB. The term of the lease is a 3-year period with an option to extend the lease for an additional 2-year period with 120 days prior written notice.
Commissioner Vaughn loves that.
I do.
A bid opening was conducted on April 9th. We received one bid. The bid was from the current tenant, Mako Mobile Aircraft Service LLC. And so we're recommending award to Mako Mobile Aircraft Service LLC in the amount of, and there's a mistype on the paperwork that y'all have, and I have a revised here that I'm going to give to y'all. It's actually $1,101 per month.
Look at there, you got more than you asked for.
So yes.
Great news, isn't it? So do you motion to approve? Yes. And second by Gonzalez. And all those in favor signify by saying aye for the hangar lease? Aye? Okay, and then the next two are related, but we need to take them one at a time, but they're related. And I just want to set the table by identifying the funding source before Michael goes. You'll recall we're awarded a National Park Service grant through the Department of Interior of $150,000. And these two items will be paid from that grant. And one of them is for a preservation architect, and the other one is for engineering services. And they went through a selection committee and were scaled. They were scored, and they're a part of your packet. Oh, sorry, they're not part of your packet.
Can I ask a technical question?
Yes, sir?
Laura, in the past, the easement, or I'm not thinking of the right word, was extended because federal monies were spent on this building before. My concern is if we spend federal monies on this building again, albeit services only, are we extending that destruction date from 2017 or 2027 again?
No, it can't, because, I'm sorry, Laura, but this is not our easement is a Texas Historical Commission easement, not a federal easement. We happen to be on the register of federal places, of historic places, but our easement flows from the $2 million we received from the Texas Historical Commission. And that is the covenant that we have. It's with the state of Texas. There's no covenant with these grants. They're part of the Hurricane Harvey.
Since it's planning funds.
It's planning funds, super different. And Laura can look into it and write it up, but when you know yeah, there's no covenant that exists on the federal level at all.
So then, on the other covenant, no, I know, so that covenant, it was like in what we passed, and not we, whoever did that. So the court was told that was a condition, so there's no covenant in this. Okay, and so the funding source for this is, tell me that again, federal or
It's a-
state? I'm sorry,
Maria, forgive me, take the mic.
and then I'll let you tell me what the
No, but
purpose of it
she's
is.
got the name.
So it's National Park Service. It was a Hurricane Irma, Maria, and Hurricane Harvey, emergency supplemental fund. It is filtered through the Texas Historical Commission. So, but this is a planning grant since we're not doing any construction, any ground disturbance. That's why it does not come with that easement. The funds that we received way back when, they were construction funds. So that's why it came with the 25-year easement.
How do we get this under a hurricane grant?
Very cleverly, my friend, very cleverly.
Yeah, so you want to explain that one?
So, obviously with like Hurricane Harvey, we had, there's water saturation, into the building. I don't want to get into like the structural,
You're saying
part of it, but
straight face is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Basically look, Maria scours for all kinds of opportunities, and we saw this, and Texas Historical Commission actually brought it to our attention. There was a lot of work that was done between the Historical Commission and National Park Service. Just in getting the RFP, written, we had to go through multiple vetting processes at the state and at the Fed level. And you might remember that the purpose was twofold. It was to look at the structural engineering and also look at the historic preservation. So these two entities are going to work not together, but in tandem with one another, but they're different groups. And we received multiple, five for the architect and 4 for the engineering. Thank you.
And so
And
engineering,
then tell us what your recommendation is.
can
I
I,
have a question.
Hold on, Michael.
let me just finish if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So the question that I had after that was, okay, so these are planning things, but then I'm seeing where we're looking at CIP funds to pay for engineering, which,
No,
not number 4?
No.
That's something different. Number 4 is not related. My bad.
sorry.
Yeah, 4's
Yeah,
different.
My bad.
sorry.
Go ahead. I'm
No
confused.
worries.
Go ahead, Jim.
No
Sorry.
worries.
No,
On number 3,
late in the day.
engineering services, then we did one in 2011, engineering services. We did a complete study. We have a report from LMV. It probably would have cost us $100,000, but we only paid them $52,000. Is that going to be a lot of change on that? I mean,
That was pre-Harvey,
it was pre-Harvey?
right? So I believe, Judge, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe our intent here is to get a current picture of the status of the courthouse, and that was at the request of the Texas Historical Commission had advised us that if we're actually truly going to seek investors for this, we need to give them a current picture of the status of the building, so they'll know exactly what they might be investing in and what costs they might be looking at.
And also,
that
LNV, they are a very solid engineering firm, but they had absolutely no experience to offer in the sense of historical courthouses. If you get a chance, Michael, can you show the commissioners the booklets that were provided? Because it's really, or no, you're not allowed to do
I
that.
can't yet until we get under contract.
I'm sorry, but
As soon as
later.
we get under contract, I'll
Right,
show them the whole
okay,
book.
but later, Michael, because it's so impressive to see the work that's been done. It's like anything. It's, like having a specialist in the medical field. These guys are specialists in this particular field, and so they're looking for different types of structural components, and so they're going to look at it with a very different eye, but they are looking at it today versus yesterday.
So doing this, it's a grant, 100% grant, right?
100%.
And then this does not in any way, shape, or form indicate a commitment from this court because we as a court said, give you some time, but this doesn't commit us to saying we still wouldn't go forward with what we might go forward with in the legislature, right? I mean, we're not binding
No,
ourselves to
you-
anything.
No, right now, no.
This is just for planning to see if you can go find some of those opportunity zone opportunities and things of that nature.
Right, currently, we have multiple entities that are looking at waiting for this to be done so they can do a proper evaluation for investment purposes. And if you'll recall when Sharon Fleming, she actually retired, but you'll recall when she last visited us, she gave us I think it was like a 7-point plan on the items that we needed to do to create investment opportunities that the Historical Commission would bless. And this was one of them, and actually two of them, if you
And I
think about
would,
it.
would like to add that when we did the walkthrough of the old courthouse, and we had a great turnout for both items that we're about to award, that Sharon Fleming did lead that discussion and gave a really nice history of what was going on at the different times that we had tried to do some work at the old courthouse in terms of the wing, the west wing, east wing?
East Wing.
East wing. And so, anyway, along with her and Public Works, they had a really good walkthrough of the entire building so that they could put forth a good set of qualifications for us to grade on. And
A 9-year-old engineering, well, they wouldn't accept that? They have to do it, I mean, 9 years is not old. I mean, the only thing that's changed is really deterioration,
okay, let me back up a little bit and remind the court that we came to you and asked for permission to bid this out, and y'all gave us permission to do that bid. And so that's what we completed that process, and we're just coming forth today with the awardees
Right.
that bid, and we ranked them based on qualifications. And I need to get out this little language so y'all can move on to the
Yeah, go ahead.
further discussion. But
Do the language.
we recommend award to Architecture Planning and Historic Preservation Incorporated. This firm had a stellar background in terms of restoring more courthouses than any other bidder that we had on the list. That's pretty much all they do. They have some really good experts on staff. Let's see, I was going to cite a couple of them here. One of their principal architects, Stanley Graves, is a former Director of Architecture Division and Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer of the Texas Historical Commission. He created the nationally acclaimed Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program, which has awarded over $245 million to 83 historic county courthouse projects. Received the Edwin C. Waller Award for Public Architecture from the Austin chapter of the AIA, and was elevated to the College of Fellows in the Institute for his work in preserving the architectural legacy of Texas. They have restored 16 full courthouse restorations, including Dallas County Courthouse Old Red. They worked in the Harris County Courthouse, Rockwall County Courthouse. They also worked to restore the Jewel, what's known as the Jewel Hotel in Dallas, which is a restoration of a historic building in a conversion to a hotel. And when we compared them with the other folks, they were just far and away the best folks for this architecture, preservation architect services. So we recommend approval.
Judge, this is just going to make it more beneficial for anyone that is interested. They'll know what they're going to be getting into.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
I've got a motion to approve. I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Again, maybe through Zoom or some other time. We'd love to meet these folks, Michael. Just let them know after you do your contract. After the contract's done and whenever it's appropriate, send the commissioners copies of that book.
I believe when we come to bring back the contract for execution, I'll invite them to attend
That'd
so
be
that
great.
we can have some discussion with them on
That's-
what their
I mean,
plans are.
if it's the will of the court, but I tell you, they're pretty, Michael said when I walked in the room, you're not gonna believe this group, and I was really impressed, so. Okay, thank you, Michael. Take us through the next one.
Okay, so the next
Got
one's to
two more.
discuss and award RFQ 3117-19, Historic 1914 Nueces County Courthouse Engineering Services. We had a pre-proposal conference, like I said before. The proposal opening was conducted on March 24th. We received 4 proposals. We recommend award to Wiss, Janney, Elsner, and Associates Incorporated. This company, we reviewed, and they are a full-service engineering firm, and I believe, Juan, if you want to speak to some of the expertise that they have the ability to do rock testing, right? They have their own rock testing services in-house, and they had actually had quite a bit of experience in doing courthouse restorations as well. It just wasn't their primary function, like whereas architects is, that's pretty much all they do. In this group, they're a nationwide group, and they have all the resources that we would need to do a really complete and thorough job on the engineering side. So we recommend approval.
And when we say, you know, they have expertise in courthouses, it's not necessarily we're gonna make this a courthouse again, but it's that they have expertise with the time frame that these courthouses were built. So these groups that do a ton of historic work, they're dealing with that period of time and their architecture and engineering. And that's why we keep referring to, they've done courthouses before that are historic. It's that they understand the antiquities and the restoration processes.
And I'll also mention that they have on staff a gentleman named Carl J. LaRoche. He's a senior engineer. He's got direct experience with the historic Nueces County Courthouse assessment. So this might be the fellow that Joe's wondering
Maybe so.
has looked at this place before.
Yeah, maybe so. Okay, that's great. So, again, after you do your processes, I would ask that you send them the information as well.
Yes. We recommend approval.
Motion to approve.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign, and, he's gonna pass out something else, so I'll hold. And again, you've been working. So the other thing to note on this, on the last one is that, believe it or not, even folks who had, at our last RFP for the courthouse, we've actually had interest from people who were going to submit, but then didn't, because they heard we were doing this analysis. So you're right, Commissioner Vaughn, they're looking for something in order to try to make, an investment proposal or decision. And so I think that's a great sign, and that it's not just one, it's about 3 different ones. So let's hope that we need to get with them, Michael, and figure out what their time frame is on completion.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, the last item I have is discuss and award RFQ number 3122-20, Engineering Services for Program Management of Nueces County 2019 Capital Improvement Plan Projects. This area is going to be basically providing folks that are going to oversee projects, manage resources, and teams to successfully execute the 2019 CIP plan. The project types indicated in the RFQ documents are county road improvement projects, courthouse complex, ADA compliant building modifications, fairgrounds campus improvements, mechanical, electrical, et cetera, and rural community building projects. We received 8 proposals. The 8 proposals were all graded on qualifications, general experience, work performance, and capacity to perform. The evaluation committee met, reviewed the proposals, and assigned scoring based on that criteria as published in the RFQ. And we recommend award to Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham Incorporated. LAN provided the best case for both experienced staff and the proposal work plan that was very detailed, and it was deemed to be the best qualified proposal out of all of the 8 that we received. Some of the proposals that were put forth were groups that didn't have the full breadth of experience or didn't cover the types of projects that we needed oversight on. And so Lockwood, Andrews, Newnham provided the widest array of expertise, and therefore we recommend award to them.
Okay, and just so you know, we probably set a record for people waiting outside in the hallway, but the whole team came from Houston. Well, not the whole team. Scott Harris is here locally, but Kyle, you're from College Station, I think. And so anyway, they're here and they're ready to answer any questions you might have about project management. The only thing my job is to make sure that the funding source is clearly delineated to the court and to the public, and that is each of these projects has built-in project management. So there's no additional budget required, commissioners. When we approve a project, project management is already built in to the project. So if we have a road, project management is already built into the road when you approve the road. But we had not made the selection. We got a lot of good bids, as Michael's already articulated, and this is an opportunity to get a team to manage the companies that are doing so much work for the county right now. And Kyle, you might remember, did a lot of our I don't want to say a facilities assessment, because that triggers other things, but he did a lot of the assessment early on, so clearly he's intimately familiar, but it was really the whole team that Michael and Juan pointed out. And Juan, I'm going to let you come and make some comments as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So how many projects do we anticipate? Because when we talked about this before, we were dividing them out and.
Right, and we wrote the RFP. I'll let Juan address this, because he was the leader in this. I had the same question. When he wrote the RFP, he did it in such a way that could allow for somebody to say, I'll just be the project manager for roads, or I'll just be the project manager for ADA, or for community buildings. We actually gave it that opportunity, but we gave it the opportunity for Juan to look at all of them and say, this is what I think is best for project management. I asked the same question, and I'm going to have him answer it for you.
And Judge and Commissioners, just to kind of go over the projects, I mean, of course, we do have projects that are going to be the R&B fairgrounds.
Yeah.
And also, we're going to start bidding out the road improvements projects, which are part of the CIP. In addition, we are going to also start doing the construction on some of these ADA projects. So, and overall, in looking at their experience and qualifications, we're just trying to make sure that we do have a range of, architectural experience, civil experience, and then also structural, and some additional mechanical and electrical. So in combined, based on the experience from LAN, that's how we determined and recommend LAN as part of the project management.
So I guess my questions were, because we had some conversations and
Yes, sir.
emails, and how did we factor all that in? Because we weren't gonna lump everything into one. We were gonna spread some of that out a little bit.
Yes, sir, and I think based on those discussions, I think County Road 22 and 49 were.
Pulled out.
Yes, sir.
Right. But I didn't know I didn't know, does that mean, like, so, and I think the beach stuff was pulled out, any of that
Yes,
that
sir.
we do?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And those other,
We've pulled out a few things that we had already talked about that were super
kind of
unique.
on their own.
They're
and
kind
Yes,
of on their
moving.
own, or there's a reason for them to be considered differently. But again, when I walked in the room, there was no doubt that the committee, and I mean, no question, I reviewed each and every one of these, but when the committee led by Juan looked at it, they thought for efficiency, for dollars, and for continuity, that quite frankly, that this particular team was exemplary.
No,
And it's
and I'll
very
take-
rare that Juan kind of says that in a way where he's like, this is without a doubt the right way to go.
Yes, ma'am. And then, of course, Commissioner, like the island projects, or I say island, but the coastal parks projects, those will have a different project manager overseeing those projects. And also the road projects on,
So to help Commissioner Chesney identify them for him, it's ADA,
these projects?
yeah, go ahead and
it's gonna be
identify
the 88 projects that we have,
the ADA,
and it's going to be the R&B Fairgrounds. It's going to be the road projects that we have, County Road 67, 69,
Right.
48, and so on. So it'll be those projects also. And then any projects that we have that deal with the courthouse, those are also going to be part
the
of it.
ones that we've already approved.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include the Bishop building?
Yes, sir.
So I guess okay, so I just want to make sure the
Okay.
court's comfortable with what we're doing, because,
And this is project management. So if those projects require engineering services to be bid out or to be hired on at a later date, those would be put on separate contracts. So these folks are gonna be providing oversight.
Right, in other words, you can't be the engineer and the project
That's
manager.
That's
correct.
correct.
They cannot bid
And
on,
that's what I
they
wanna make
cannot
sure
bid
that
on
we're-
any of the work,
Any of the engineering work, right?
which is the only thing they would do.
That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to make sure the court's clear on, right? Because,
But we also, but they also have. The
But
project
they have,
manager
they bring the expertise to
they have-
watch.
Hold on, Mike. This group that they're selecting, they all have some experience in engineering though, right?
oh, yeah.
So when they're project manager, they know what they're looking at.
That's
Yeah,
right.
exactly. That's the reason.
Right, but what I'm saying is if if we hire Lockwood Andrews and Newman to be the project manager on the projects you just articulated, we know all of those will require engineering. They will be disqualified from engineering projects.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That they oversee, because we don't want the Fox Garden.
Exactly.
Right,
That's
okay.
exactly right.
That's
But-
correct.
And that's a big deal, and that's a really important deal. I know everybody knows that, but.
Yeah, I know.
But I mean, it's.
No, say it again, because
No,
people
it's-
need to know that, and
Right,
they
it's-
know that, and, it makes sense, right? You don't wanna oversee yourself.
Right, and just to point out, like on the road projects, it was in consent agenda today that y'all authorized us to go out for bid for 4 road projects. We've got Hanson on 2 projects, we've got Friesen Nichols on a project, and we've got LNV on a different project. And this group, LAM, would be the project manager over helping those to continue to move forward in the right way.
And really, I mean, Kyle can come forward, but one of the things when we talked about in the hallway here and we were waiting is, I asked him, hey, do you guys, I mean, not to put words in his mouth, but I said, but the way I look at project management is your job is to make sure we stay on budget, on time, and you provide the supervision that, and assist Juan, because you've got so many projects going on, that you're kind of the leader, if you will, of these projects, and you try to make certain that we've got this constant communication. So I said, what can you do for us to keep us informed? And you said,
That's right. Yeah, we're serving as your eyes and ears. We're your fiduciary. We're moving the projects along. We're maintaining budget, schedule, and quality, and that's our purpose as your program manager.
And so, that's what Scott will do locally? So we'll have someone locally watching the project all the time?
Scott will be in charge of the road projects. That's what we've designated him as the project manager for. And we have architects that would be in charge of the other 3 project categories, which are more vertically oriented building projects.
And they're local?
No,
How will they go and see the project day to day?
so day to day,
Day to day, but
yep, day to day, we'll have one of Scott's direct reports, John Montalvo, in as our day-to-day boots on the ground. Go check this, go check that. He's here local in our Corpus office.
and he's got the vertical experience as you
Yes, he's-
articulate to.
He's got degrees in both architecture and engineering. John does.
and you guys are close by, Scott, your office, you're in walking distance, but I also suggested to Kyle, there's many times where when you have this many projects that you're overseeing in a courthouse, that you would even maybe, I would say, create a small satellite home base here, so that if there was a need to have meetings or,
Certainly, if we needed to, office here, we could talk to y'all about
Right.
establishing.
Okay, and so how many more projects do we anticipate that's 4, I think they just mentioned. How many more do we anticipate them doing?
In regard, well, you're talking about road projects, or we're talking about, or actually,
No,
it would require another RFP.
I'm sorry?
We were very specific about the projects they're managing right now, so any other ones would have to be, RFP'd again.
That's what I'm asking. So in other words, they're just.
Just the ones we've
Just-
approved.
The 4 today are the ones they're overseeing,
That's correct,
right? And then anything further, we'd either do another one or,
right,
that's correct.
okay, that's fine.
yeah.
Just getting it all straight.
And,
Thank you.
yeah, so ADA courthouse, okay? And really, it's courthouse plus ADA. Sometimes if you just say ADA, you might miss,
No, it's a big project.
yeah, it's a big,
huge
that's
project.
why we said home basing here is great. And again, Michael, I know I'm trying to get to the packets, but if they could get to see the packet after you work the contract, you can see, but Kyle, you talked about Montalvo, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but the other architect as well that, can you remind me of his name?
Sure, we'll have Terry Musk.
That's the one. Terry's got some amazing credentials too.
Sure, yeah, he's an architect of 39 years, and He'll be in charge, we've got him designated to be in charge of the ADA projects.
Right.
And the fairgrounds projects. He's a super detail-oriented guy, which is what you're gonna need here, especially on the ADA courthouse projects, since it is such a super detailed scope of work.
Right. Okay, great. Well, and I know you all are available again for more questions, but whenever we bring the contract back for ratification, I think is a great time to maybe introduce the team via Zoom or whatever you want to do with that. But I really do appreciate you being here. I think it's important. I don't want to ignore Steve, but thanks for being here. And there's no doubt that your team is very impressive, and the select committee was really appreciated, I think, the breadth of resources, because what we're dealing with in the courthouse is not just engineering. It's got so many more components of architecture, and I think that's where you kind of won the day, if you won't mind me saying so, at least in Michael's mind and Juan's mind. That was what was articulated to me, so.
But we're certainly
I
happy
know
to
you're
be
an
here and-
engineer, but
Yep,
we got to pay
right.
kudos to the architects
That's
too.
right. Can't forget those guys. We're certainly happy to be here, and we appreciate the vote of confidence from the selection committee. Thank y'all.
All right, Michael, anything else to add? Juan, anything else to add? Commissioners, Commissioner Vaughn?
I was just gonna say, this is one of the reasons we hired Juan, and when he recommends something, I have complete faith in that, so I make a motion to approve.
It's very rare that I walk in a room where they feel like this confident. Makes me
Yeah.
feel confident too. Okay, got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Gentlemen, again, sorry for the delay. Grateful for your patience. Okay, the next one is Dale, and Dale, I do have a question for you.
Yes.
And it's okay to say no, but on the CAFR, it's so important, and the commissioners have been here all day. Given that we're gonna have another meeting in 72 hours, we hope, or maybe on Monday, do you believe that it would be best suited to wait on the CAFR till Monday? If
I'll
I
have to ask the person that we have online.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's right. He's online. Okay. Well,
He has time to do it later.
I'm just worried about missing something here. But let's go ahead. I mean, it's fine. Commissioners, I mean, what is your pleasure here? I'm just worried that it's a comprehensive annual report. I'm just concerned. I mean, it's not fair to just make you rush through an annual report. John, can you hear us?
I can't hear you, Judge.
You are listening to what I'm making a request, wondering if you would be available. There you are, John. I know you've been waiting as well patiently all day, and you understand the circumstances, but I am concerned about going through a major comprehensive annual financial report. I've lost pretty much everybody in the courtroom, all the department heads. We're still here, but would you also make yourself available if I was able to get a meeting next Monday?
I just looked at my calendar when you mentioned that, Judge, and yes, I will be available, next Monday. So
I've seen,
no problem.
I'm grateful for the concession. I'm not picking on anybody, but I have seen a couple of bottles of Tylenol Circle, plus at least maybe 5 cups of this, and I just want to make certain that when we're talking about the annual financials, which I believe are going to show something really positive, that not only do we need to be fresh, but our public needs to be fresh. And I'd like to give them notice that early at a decent hour in the morning, that the CAFR is going to be discussed, and they can tune in, because I want them to hear that we had a strong year last year. It's going to make them hopeful about some of the issues we're facing today.
Not a problem at all, and I totally agree.
Thank you so much, John. With that, Dale, I'm going to ask that we table item number 4
Of course.
in motion, and I'll second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign, till Monday, and then Tyner's going to get all that organized for us. But go ahead and take us to the change orders, because I think we can do that efficiently.
Yes, the first one is budget change order number 12 for our regular fiscal year. There's only 2 departments requesting items for that. That's our building superintendent and the jail. The building superintendent just needed additional overtime for some staff he's had to do and deal with. The jail is just buying some more cleaning supplies to cover some of their costs that they're having for currently right now. And if this expense is a COVID-related expense, it will be moved at that time. But right now, We were unsure whether this is going to happen, but they do need this request for the supplies they need. So the request for change order 12 is here, and we ask for your approval.
I'll move.
And I've got a motion for that change order, and I've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, you also have a capital order.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going through the process of changing budget change order number 84 for our capital projects. We have four different capital improvement plans. I go through each individually, but the balance has been gone through. My staff and I have gone through each of the requests. The largest one is the very bottom is the 2019 series COs. These were already approved by you in prior court for the imaging from the district clerk's office of the $2 million. So that's what that's there for. We also needed a temporary building for coastal parks as they're working up the IB McGee. The funds are there for these changes. The very beginning, Commissioner Gonzalez has approved to transfer some money for the Mobile Emergency Operations Center. All the funds are here and available for request. I'll answer any questions you might have. Otherwise, I submit change order number 84 for your approval.
I've got a motion, and I'll go ahead and do the second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign. Now, again, I just want to point out that both items are, completely, for whoever's listening in the public, they completely have a home, so to speak.
Yes.
They have a funding source.
Yes.
But every time we do an appropriation, it's important to do the budget change order.
That's
And I
correct.
just want people to know what's happening at home. Okay, and then we're going to postpone the annual report, so let's go to the COVID-19 expenses. I know that we'd probably want to hit them also on Monday, but at least the commissioners can see the totals that you've provided today.
Well, I just wanted to provide you, because the last court, y'all asked that we go ahead and submit the department heads as approval for overtime. We provide you a list of the daily activity logs for each department head that submitted for y'all approval, since y'all are the departments, the department heads basically that are hired through y'all's office. We put those information to you so you can see what it is they're requesting overtime for. We're going to go through the process currently right now. The department head's overtime is about $17,540 at the moment. The other personnel is about $37,000 at the moment. As we go through as you said, our daily burn rate is, how we talked about earlier, is very important. Right now, if we talked about everything with our personnel costs, overtime costs, and everything we've purchased, and right now we're only counting the lost revenue for coastal parks. We're working on trying to get the lost revenue for the other in the parks as well as the fairgrounds. Right now, for our daily burn rate in its entirety, we've expended $695,000 in total. So that's what we're kind of doing. We keep doing this. We're going to work the balances up as we can, and we know these numbers will continue to increase as we get the other lost revenue reports from the fairgrounds, which will be very large, as well as the personnel costs as we continue. So that's all I wanted to let y'all know, so y'all could see what the department heads were submitting. So y'all are the ones that oversee this, and y'all see what we see as the information. That's all it was for.
Correct, and we can go over it again on Monday with Melissa,
definitely.
because I think what you want to know is that she's got some reports for you that date back to day one. She'll be able to provide those to you, and also, in the very beginning, there was a lot of overtime, but what we want to do, and we've talked about this in EOC, is to make sure there's checks and balances. So I'm not necessarily going to be, Dale's really the best compliance, but I want you to know that Melissa and I are also looking at it so that if there's a big project, like, I'm going to be honest, Edward, you're just in my forefront of my mind, you're standing in front of me, but we know we have that cleaning N95 system coming in from the state of Texas. That on the 27th, let's talk about that more on Monday, everybody, but the point is I already have knowledge that Edward's team's going to be working overtime when they set that up for that weekend. So that's something that he'll say to me through EOC, okay, when he gives his section chief report, I expect that I'll be doing overtime, and at least I have knowledge of it, so that when I get those documents from Melissa that I have to sign, I'll say, oh, that's the checks and balances that I needed. I know what Edward's doing. I know what to expect. But that doesn't mean that Dale doesn't go back and look at it and make certain there's reconciliation. And if something doesn't look right, Dale's going to pick up the phone and call and make sure there is documentation.
Yes.
And so I just want you to know that what you're seeing has some compliance pieces of it, and you've got multiple layers. Melissa's layer 1, I'm layer 2, and Dale's layer 3. But each of our section chiefs is also a layer. They're responsible for documenting their time and making certain that it complies, because if not, we can't send it for reimbursement. And they know what we're needing
And I know we're gonna dig into this more on
on
Monday,
Monday.
but I am concerned about this overtime. Some of these departments look, I'd really like some explanation, I'll wait.
You bet.
But,
And
I mean, that, there's some of them that are high. I am concerned about the fact that this could be technically an emergency for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And how we deal with that. And so some of the overtime with these department heads are now concerning to me. I know we included them last time, but I
Right.
do want to go through all that. And I do have some, but I'm so tired I can't even.
no, I know, and that's why I didn't want to
And
do
I
the
appreciate that.
CAFR.
Just
But we'll
give
bring it
everybody a
back,
heads
we'll
up.
bring it back as an agenda. Tyner, can you put this back on the agenda for Monday as well?
And
Yes.
yesterday afternoon, I did provide y'all with the Excel spreadsheet that I used, that I provide to the emergency management, that includes all avenues of what we collect the data from.
And I just want to remind everybody that what we're really just talking about is department heads, because we already had passed the policy before
Yes.
for anybody that wasn't department head.
Correct.
But I'm still concerned about just how much there is in general too, that I want
Right.
to talk about.
But I will tell you, as of last court, as of last week, we were talking about $70,000 worth of overtime cumulatively since day one. That included department heads plus regular personnel. So I just want you to know that I'm watching it every day.
That's
We're
but that's in
62,000
2
now.
months. So
That's correct.
35,000 a
I
month.
know, but I'm just letting you know where we are,
Right.
okay?
I'm really nervous about
But just, so you know, the city's in the same predicament, and so is every county. So when you really want to write your letters to your legislators, you need to make certain that when these supplemental bills came down, both yesterday and the first and the second, this is 3.5, CARES Act 3.5, there was no allocations to local governments other than those who had populations of over 500,000. So when you want to know who's on the front lines and who's having to spend money, it's us, counties and cities. And trust me, 254 county judges have been screaming about this. But I am confident that the supplemental bill that the governor has can make certain that counties are made whole. And Senator Cornyn, word for word, said he wants his state to look at in the light most favorable. So what he means by that is he wants the governor to take a really broad approach to compensating governments, including and not limited to possible loss of revenue. So it's not even just a matter of covering our personnel, but he actually wants the governor to consider loss of revenue for local governments. So this is coming straight from the top, and I just want you to know we're all concerned, but this is what the nature of a disaster is, and we're not surprised at all, but we do believe that, as I said, in the beginning, it was a lot more intensive on overtime, but then all of a sudden, something happens, like the N95 cleaning system or the morgue trailer, the state of Texas calls us and says, we are now sending you X, and you have to react, and that's where all of this, sometimes the extra hours come in. But Dale, let's bring it back and go over it, and Melissa does a pretty good job of explaining the reports.
Cleaning can't be done in a week, it has to be done in a weekend,
The cleaning, sir?
cleaning for the mask?
It comes when it comes. The state of Texas is gonna drop it off, and it's a 24/7 procedure. Edward, can you brief us on Monday? Just be ready for it, okay? Give us, let's get Edward to give us a full report. He's been, yeah, unfortunately, you know what? I was gonna say, time has gone. There's no days or weekends or holidays. It's just like one day, it's like Groundhog Day. And every day. But Edward, why don't you get us all the information about that so you can answer Commissioner Gonzalez's questions about the Battelle system. Okay, Tyner?
Yes, can we go ahead and talk about nailing down the time of this meeting? I think Commissioner
Commissioner,
indicated.
do you have anyone have conflicts you want to reveal to Tyner at this time, or you can email them, or?
Got some morning meetings, could we do it like about 1? Would that-
Commissioners, can we do it about 1?
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon.
Go ahead, Jack.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'll be here.
I'm up.
Hold on.
That could be kind of fun.
I think 1 o'clock would be fine. How about you, Commissioner Modis? Commissioner Vaughn? Okay, Commissioner, we're ready, Tyner, 1 o'clock.
Okay, then I can post Friday morning. If y'all have items
Yeah, send them
that you would like to get on the agenda, please email me. But I have all these items, and I'll do a special meeting on Monday at 1 PM
Do a short meeting.
Yeah, right.
and cover all these things. And I think we'll do the CAFR first.
Just the carryover.
Yeah, let's do the CAFR
Can we
first
just
in
make a
in
motion
courtesy to,
limit it to the carryover only? Would that be okay?
yeah,
we
I
didn't
would,
get
I would appreciate that.
That'd be great.
Okay,
Thank you. So moved.
And no workshop, it'll just be regular items.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just put words there that give you the broad ability to receive information, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so with that, it's 6:13 PM. If there are no adjournments in memory of, okay, we've got a couple. Commissioner Gonzalez, will you start, and then Commissioner Chesney? Commissioner Modis, do you have any? Commissioner,
I had one that
Okay, 1, 2, Judge.
I was supposed to have done last time. I'm sorry, Dale.
no, he's saying he has an adjournment
okay.
after you.
You want to go first?
Go ahead.
The father of Marcy Santos, I was supposed to say it last week, Mr. Teodoro Villalobos Senior, passed away on March the 21st, 2020. Mr. Villalobos, known as Ted, was a Robstown City Health Inspector for many years. Later, he came to work as a peace officer in Nueces County Precinct 5 for 17 years. He also was a drainage commissioner for Drainage District Number 2 for 12 years. He was a man of great faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. He will be missed by his family and those that loved him, and condolences and prayers goes out to Marcy and her family and all the other family members. Amen.
Amen.
And Judge, just a little bit about Ted. I had a chance to see him on a regular basis. Every once in a while, he'd be out at events or with Marcy at the senior center there in Robstown. And so I always had a chance to visit with him and talk with him, and just a lot of knowledge and a lot of pride and love of his community. And so absolutely, our thoughts and prayers are with the entire family, especially Marcy. She works so hard. She puts so many people before her, and especially also during this time where it's not as easy to celebrate his burial, his funeral, because of all of this going on. So, yeah, definitely a big loss there in the community and for our Nueces County family with Marcy.
You had 2 deaths in 1 month, right?
Judge, just,
Commissioner?
were you done, Commissioner? Yeah. Terry Denise Graves. Terry was born here in Corpus Christi, and she was the second child of 5, born to her parents Willie Harper Jr. and Irma Harper. She was raised here in Corpus Christi, attended West Oso, was just a really wonderful lady, sister of a very good friend of mine, Willie Harper, and just wanted to pass on the condolences of the court to Terry Denise Graves and her family, the Harper family as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaughn, no, Commissioner, okay, Dale?
Yes, sorry, I didn't acquire his name, but the stepfather of Saber Robertson, my administrative secretary, he passed away last week. He was in grave ill health. He was in the ICU. He was tested for the COVID and found negative, so it was not a COVID-related expense. He was suffering for a very long time. Unfortunately, he passed away, and we want to just say our condolences to her.
Absolutely. I'm sorry to hear that, Sabra, and I just want to also pass on the condolences to our Nueces County citizen and their family that passed away, and just really mourning. I guess we'll never forget her, and we're very, just want to extend condolences to everybody in our country that's from this terrible disease. It's just unbelievable to think 40,000, more than, every day I go home and 4,000 more people are on the list, so many people, and it really, it creates a lot of pause for us. I want to say one last thing before we conclude court, is that I decided to save the Employee of the Month. It's been on my desk here. The reason I did it, and Tyner, it needs to go back on the agenda for Monday, is because I really want to honor this person, and I didn't feel like the way we did court was going to give this person the real due that she deserves, and it's appropriate for Monday. So that, with your pleasure, I'm going to add that, hold this here, and we'll get back to that on Monday. So add that to the agenda. And it's been a huge day, and, you know, what can you say? It deserved it, right? The subject matter deserved the time. And I think we also did some good things for our county because we awarded business, and business is going to continue in our county, and that means there's hope in our county. And there's a lot of opportunity that we as government leaders can provide. And part of that is just keeping everything open and keeping us moving and working. And I just want to thank every elected leader who's in the courtroom and who's not in the courtroom for helping us do that. And particularly the law enforcement that's keeping us safe, and all of the folks that are section chiefs that are wearing double duty in EOC right now. And that extends to people who are not on EOC Rideout team, but somehow find a way to help us, like you, Margaret, who are always, when we had masks and we need to get them to people, or you've got to call people back, or one day she came up here and she said, I just came to say hello, and we said, sit down and answer phones. And she did it. And that's what it takes in this type of atmosphere, and we can't wait to get back to our normal temperature. But right now, things are not normal, and I think we all understand that. So our long meeting today is a reflection of that. But I hope you'll agree with me that when you get home and people are texting you and calling you and emailing you, rather than being mad at you or saying all the things that sometimes they say about what's wrong, I hope you'll remember to tell them what was right about today. They may not agree with everything we talked about or all the positions we've taken, but I hope that they can see that government is working for them. And that comes from conversation and keeping our business moving. And I hope that we can do our very best to restore that faith that we proclaim in so many other areas of our life. It needs to transcend to government too. And there's plenty of time for discourse, but not right now. It's got to be at the highest level that we work together right now. And I think people saw that if they really watched today, and I'm not pretending that anybody except for my mom probably watched all day, but if they did watch, even for a few hours, you know what they should have seen? The takeaway that I got, even as being in the middle of it, was I saw city and county and medical experts and section chiefs and members of our state government, and so many people saying this is what, and clergy and economists, these are all people dedicated to one thing: life and recovery. And I just think that that's the message and theme today. And so as we adjourn in memory of people who have lost their life, let's fight for those that are living. That's my message. And I just want to thank you, and I'll see you on Monday here, but I'll see you most likely tomorrow in the office. Thanks, everybody. It is 6:20.
We hear an amen.
Amen. Can I hit a witness?